Good evening. I hope you can hear me out there. Just messing around this afternoon doing a little 3D printing. I am live and I do have the chat open, but it seems to be only working on YouTube at the time, and that is if you can hear me. But I am live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. I'm hoping my mic works. I think I got it set up right. Audio input capture settings. Yeti stereo microphone. So if not, I'll work on it. See if I can't get it straight. But this is a cat. Actually, the cat is for Amy Ahern, Chris Ahern's wife. She wanted it gray, and the problem being is I'm not going to film this or be here live the whole entire time. I assure you, this takes actually 5, almost 6 hours to print this cat. So I'm not going to sit in this chair for 6 hours. I can assure you that ain't going to happen. But if you do have some questions and you see me on YouTube, you can pop your questions in there. When I come back, I'll try to answer them. The filament, this is my Flusun racer that I'm using. It's been running, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that. So this won't finish up until probably 9 o'clock tonight, give or take a few. I'm hoping to try to work the bugs out and get it where, but for some reason the chat is not working. On my on Restream. Not quite sure why. Not quite sure why it's not. I'm gonna go on my phone and see if I can see if the audio is working. And it should be working. This is the testing 1, 2, 3. And it should be working. This is the testing 1, 2, 3. Yes. So the audio is working. This is the Yeti microphone that I normally use when I do my shows on Saturday night. So, and I've had good success, even with I'm using OBS to broadcast this stream. I'm going to do some more of these, and I'm thinking about getting back into doing some scrolling and live scrolling. The problem of it being is, since I put my laser and my CNC into my shop outside, and then moved my craft room for a lot of my stuff, the show. The laser took up I had to tear the workbench slap out of my shop to get the laser in. It was so huge. So there is no more workbench in my shop. It's basically all CNC. Now the 3D printers were once out there, but I've moved. I still have my Ender 3, the little Ender 3. My son wanted it. I don't know if I want to get rid of it or not. It's kind of my first printer that I learned, but I might give it to him. Anyway, so I moved my 3D printers in there to make this my craft room. This is where I do 90% of everything. The laser's just too big to get in here, and the CNC's just too, because I have it. The CNC's fully enclosed, and so basically that shop is set up for laser and storage of tools and stuff that I don't want to get damaged, that need to be in climate controlled environment. So I decided, the problem, let me go back to what I was going to say. The problem of it being when I go to do a live thing with the scroll saw is everything, like for instance, this laptop is the laptop that I would broadcast with. The laptop, mic, all that stuff has to be moved or taken out of here and set up out there. I could buy extra cameras so I could mount the cameras and not have to move them. And microphone, that's not a big deal. Or actually, I already have a portable microphone I could use, but it's just a matter of disconnecting this laptop and taking it out there and setting it all back up, which is kind of a pain, to be honest with you. So we'll see how it goes. I wouldn't mind doing it again. The camera, and actually I'm very impressed. The camera that I'm using right now is the camera off of the laptop. I unplugged my regular camera because I was going to have to use it to do the 3D filming. But then I got to thinking, hey, I had 3 cameras at one time when I was scroll sawing. So I went to my trusty camera box and opened it up, and lo and behold, I found my other cameras. But I'm impressed. I'm watching right now over on Twitch, and I'm watching on Facebook and YouTube, and I'm really impressed with the quality of this camera on this laptop. So I just might continue to not worry about it and use it. Especially if I set up out there, I'll just use 2 cameras, one to watch, concentrate on the scroll saw and what I'm sawing, and the other one to monitor OBS and watch it. So far I don't think I have too many people watching me. Which is okay. I didn't really expect it. It's kind of an unknown thing. I might set up Wednesday nights. I used to do it the scrolling on Wednesday nights, but Wednesday nights is church, Sunday is church. So I might go into scrolling and 3D printing Thursday nights. I'll see about getting things set up. It'll be a couple of weeks before I get everything ready to go. I've dismantled all my camera equipment, and I've dismantled the vacuum system for the dust for the scroll saw, because that was all linked to piping that ran in the area where the laser's at. So I don't have any room. I have to do everything before I could use the scroll saw. But this is kind of fun. It's just lay back and leisurely watch the creation happening. I've gotten into DTF printing. I've got into sublimation printing. I've got into embroidery. All that stuff is in here at this point. I've got into, I have a Cricut, so I can do vinyl. I can pretty well do anything I want, uh, to be honest with you. I have a CNC, I have a laser. Uh, Pretty much anything I want to make, I can make. A full-blown wood shop with bandsaw, lathe, table saw, miter, electric miter saw. Yeah, you name it, and I pretty well have it. So I'm blessed, very blessed, and I thank God for everything He's done and is doing in my life. I'm not quite sure why the Restream chat isn't working though. The connection was reset. I wonder why it's not working. But like I said, I do have Twitch. I do have YouTube, and I do have Facebook open. So I'll have to work on Rob Austin on Facebook says, build another shop for your new toys. I don't need to build another shop. I got this room. This room is 24 by 32. This room is huge. I mean, I've got all my equipment for streaming in here. I have a gun cabinet in here for my guns. I have a karaoke machine in here. I have my resin printers in here, 2 of my FDM printers, which usually I use PLA. I got a embroidery machine, a Cricut machine, a sublimation printer, and a DTF printer. And plus a photo box to take pictures of my projects, plus a portable system for my Xbox and a portable system for my PS2 that I designed and built. If the kids come over and we want to play with PS2, it's on rollers. I just roll it out in the living room and plug it in. The PS2's already ready with all the games, and we start playing. Or the Xbox, we just roll them out and start playing. Especially if it's a nasty day when it's raining outside, we can play games. Or they can come in here and we can do some 3D printing, or I can teach them how to embroidery, or I got a lot of avenues open, trust me. I purchased a mobility scooter a while back, and me and my wife are planning on going to the Florida Strawberry Festival tomorrow. I haven't been in years. My health, my back isn't such that I can no longer walk long distances. I mean, I can walk outside, I can mow my own yard, I can work in the garden, I can do stuff like that, but I can be honest with you, I can't walk a quarter of a mile. If I was to walk a quarter of a mile, it would by the end of that quarter, I would be in so much pain and agony I couldn't handle it. So short-term walking, I can still go to the grocery store. I went to the grocery store this morning. Publix is down here in our area. I went to Publix and got a few things that we needed. I was at a doctor's appointment this morning. I went with my doctor. But as far as long distance walking Disney World, walking the Strawberry Festival, walking Universal Studios, SeaWorld, that ain't gonna happen anymore. I just can't do it. I'm in too much pain with my back. So it's a real nice mobility scooter. I'm very happy and proud that I was able to get it, and that's what I'm going to be using. This is kind of just a leisure, laid back little scene, so to speak. Yeah, Chris Ahern wanted me to, and I've got to do a couple of other things. I got to work on Donna's project, which I'm going to try to do here in tomorrow in the afternoon and maybe Saturday. Donna wants me, her mother wants a cup with yellow long stem rose, I believe. And then Donna wants me to print a picture out for her to send to her, a DTF picture, see if it will transfer onto a bag or something she has. So my problem is I want to sell some stuff and make some money. Don't we all? I mean, I do pretty good. Sublimation cups, I've been making them for the church and selling them with Bible verses and stuff on them, and people really like those. And I have made some 3D prints that people have purchased. So, how you doing, Rob? I heard, yeah, big setback today is, or not today, within the last week or so, I learned that we will not have the Tampa woodworking show this year. That really, really ticks me off. I was looking forward to the woodworking show in Tampa. Daryl Jones was supposed to be doing a turning expo there. I was going to see if Chris would come up and meet me over there, and I have a couple of other friends in the woodworking club. I was going to see about we could all get together and go to the woodworking show, and then afterwards have lunch together and spend some time together, but that ain't going to happen now. No woodworking show in Tampa, Florida. Man, the pollen around here is just absolutely horrid. Since Saturday, it has just been. My wife's car, when I got up this morning, I have my mobility scooter ramp is hooked on the back of my truck, and I've been working on it, making a few designs and changes and stuff on it, and so I wanted to take her car. Her black Camaro was literally yellow and had all that pollen stuff. I literally had to take the water hose out there before I could even leave and rinse her car off. It was so bad. I couldn't even see out the windshield or the side windows. The pollen was so bad. Yeah, drink out of a solo cup. Yeah, here's one I can. Yeah, this is one I made. Made this one. Here's another one. This one says it's fall, y'all. It's got gnomes on it. I made. So yeah, I got tons of cups I could drink out of. My problem is I have to have carpal tunnel in this hand and radial or ulnar nerve damage in this hand, so I have to have something I can kind of squeeze or that has like a coffee cup, a handle on it. Now I have a Yeti. That's the one I should be drinking out of. I got a really nice Yeti that I should be drinking out of, and it has a handle so I can't drop it. But the solo cup seems to be pretty good size. And here's the next thing: if I drop it, it's plastic. It don't break. I can literally be standing here talking, and I have done it. My wife's seen it. My kids have seen it. And the cup, I just release it, and it just falls out of my hand because of the nerve damage. Basically, what it boils down to, Rob, is I'm an accident looking for a place to happen. Yeah, that's what I heard, Rob. Rob says I'm doing great. The woodworking show here is a fraction of the past shows. I'm done with them. Yeah, I heard that. I heard, now I don't know if it's true or not, Peachtree pulled out. And that's one of the reasons they pulled out of the three of the shows. That was, they said it was just too far for them to travel. One of them was the Tampa show, and there was two more. And once, now this is what I heard. I don't know if this is true, but once Peachtree Woodworking pulled out and wasn't coming to those shows, they just collapsed because they couldn't. They weren't. They didn't have a big enough vendor, so to speak, vendor base. To how did my camera move? Oh, I must have bumped the wire. There we go. I need to get a little longer USB cord to run over there so I don't bump into it when I move. But yeah, I heard the same thing. Great. I might need one with daycare for adults on it. For the first in 2 years, I have no pain. Yeah. Yeah, Rob. Yeah, I can make you a cup if you want with daycare for adults on it. I can design it. They pulled out a couple of years. You're talking about Peachtree. They pulled out a couple of years. Dave's sister had cancer, so they wanted to concentrate on here. I understand that, and yeah, God bless them, bless their heart. I hate cancer. Is the most horrible, wickedest disease there ever was. Uh, it's cancer's from hell. The devil himself. It kills, maims, hurts people, and then it ends up killing them, and then the family has to sit back and watch this horrible thing happen to their loved ones because it's horrible. I hate cancer. My father died of cancer. Uh, I've had several people in my family that's died of cancer, so I'm very aware of what it is, and but yeah, if you want me to make you a cut that says daycare for adults, we'll work on a design and I'll make it for you. Arlene Darby, what are we making? Arlene, I am making a cat for Amy Ahern. When I come back from the break, I'll bring the finished product in, which you'll see it at the end anyway. But Chris Ahern's wife, Amy Ahern, he wanted me to make one for her, and I asked him what color, and he specifically said gray. So wouldn't you know it? Of all the colors of filament, I have blue, yellow, green, orange, brown. I have a wood-looking filament. I've got pretty much every color in the book, and he said gray, and I went and looked, and I didn't have gray of all colors. So I had silver, but it don't look like it's gray. So it's not that big of a deal. A roll of filament's anywhere between $20 to $25, and this particular filament, this gray that I'm using right now, is only $20, $19.99. So I ordered a roll, and it'll make 30, 40 things. They probably make 30 cats. So, and I keep it stored in a climate-controlled environment, so that humidity. You got to keep the humidity away from that filament, otherwise the humidity will destroy it. But I'm making her a cat. Yeah, I know, Rob. I know you've lost several of your family members too. Yeah, cancer is just an evil, evil thing. So I'm glad that to hear that she's doing better. The owners of Peachtree, that the lady is doing better. I'm glad. Yeah. Do I have a picture of how it looks when it's done? Yeah. You're talking about the cat. Let me go real quick. I already made one that's just a multicolored. Let me go real quick and grab the cat, and I'll bring it right back and show you. So I'll be right back. I got to do it this way. Oh well, I can't do it right this minute. So here, let me see if I can go this way. Add a group. Add sources. An image. Aha, I found it. Okay, so here we are back. This is what the cat looks like here. I can actually throw this up full screen. Now this is multicolored. There is a problem with the model. His tail is flexible. His legs move. So he can stand up. But the problem with the model, whoever designed this, his head moves. You can see it swivels. The problem of it is, whoever designed this, his head's a little too big because it wants to tip to the front. There's too much weight in the front because of his head. I mean, he still looks good, and it's, you know, he's like orangish on the bottom. This is multicolored filament, which goes into a green, and it actually goes into a blue overall. But yeah, if you try to put him on something that is a flat surface here. Here's another roll of filament I have. You can see he wants to tilt forward rather than stand up. So his head's a little too heavy. Need to put some weight in his butt. But I mean, he looks pretty good. So that's a little bit of a problem, that he wants to kind of like rock forward. So cute little cat. I found the file actually off of Thingiverse, I believe it was. So, and made him, and like I said, his tail's articulating, his head moves, his legs move. It's pretty cool little cat. I was just playing around and decided, here, I'll put him on my cup. He'll guard my cup. Decided to see if I can get him here in the. No, he ain't gonna get in the picture. I go through Thingiverse every once in a while and just. Okay, I don't know. Oh, this is the background. I have to enlarge this. Back to the size it was, and then I have to find me. Put me down here in the corner. And then I move the printer again. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to get a longer USB cord to run that camera over there. Do you have to attach, do you have a picture of it? Done. Do you have to attach more than one color to make that? Actually, no, Rob. Here, I've got a roll right here. You can buy what is called, now, don't get me wrong, they do make what you would call printers that will print things in multicolors. In other words, you can have 4 or 5 rolls of filament, and when you design your the cat, for instance, you can have his legs brown, you can have his face white, you can those printers, but those start out at like it's called a AMS system, automatic. It feeds the filament into the machine, but you're talking about $1,500 plus for one of those machines. So what I opt out to do is I'll buy what you call multicolored filament, and it's all one roll, but there's different colors in the roll. So you could have, for instance, this Triceratops, how he came out multicolors. He's got all different colors in him. I kind of like it. It looks pretty cool. Sometimes the way they turn out. Now, you're not guaranteed how he's going to turn out because you have no clue as to how much filament and what's going to happen, but they look pretty cool. I like the way this one turned out. And then I have a where did I put him? Oh, my T-Rex. This is a T-Rex skeleton. He's fully articulating, and I like the way he turned out with the yellow on the bottom. He's got purple in him, and then he's got a green on his back. Now he will stand up, so, but he's fully articulating also. He moves, but it's just a roll. It's the filament itself has different colors in it, and it just pulls out whatever color there is whenever at particular time. But like I said, you can buy bamboo, which some of my friends own them, and I thought about buying one. Don't get me wrong, but they start out with a 4 or 5 roll system that runs starting out at like $1,500. Where my race, well, actually I won the racer in a contest, but the racer, for instance, if you were to buy it brand new, you're only looking at like $800. So it's a far cry from $1,500. The QQS, which is the little brother of the racer that's making this right here right now, it was one of the first ones I bought. It's a Delta type printer. I think only paid between $500 and $600 for it. I mean, you can get an Ender 3, an older version, for less than $200. But herefor lies the problem. You're getting what you pay for. It requires a lot of this one that you're watching right now, auto bed levels. The Ender don't. You have to level the bed for yourself. It requires a lot of hands-on hands-on things with the machine. You've got to get it set up right. I mean, you really need to know what you're doing and understand. Otherwise, they are a royal pain, and most people throw their hands up and don't want to do anything with 3D printing. This racer and the QQS has auto bed leveling. It actually comes down and touches the bed in like 30-something points, and the computer automatically levels the bed for you. It also has an auto run out on the system, so if you run out of filament, it will stop right in that position, and you can load more filament, and it'll know right where it's at and should go, and it takes off from that point on, and you just add more filament. The Ender 3 doesn't do that. If you run out of filament, good luck on getting it back and getting it. I'm not saying you can't do it, but this is very easy to do. I really like the FL Flusun. I call them Flusun, but the FL Sun printers. This one is the Racer, and the other one's the QQS. I really like them. They turn out very, very, very quality prints. For instance, see if I can get a hold of the right one this time. For instance, this is a turtle I made. A cute little turtle. His head articulates forward and back. He will stand up, and he also will sit in the sitting position. So, cute little turtle. I made a, he's kind of scary looking, a praying mantis. He's fully articulating, his arms and all move. I just go out and find files, and all these are free. They're very online, and you can buy them, or you don't have to buy them. Now, there are files that you have to buy. For instance, this is a shark skeleton. His mouth opens up. He's fully articulating. I like the way his mouth opens. Cool little project. I did him multicolor. Now this one I bought, but I would say as a general rule, you're only paying $2, maybe $3 for. I think this file actually here was like $1.89 for me to buy. Yeah, a whole $1.89, and I can make as many of them as I want. So they're not expensive. Now, there are some files out there that, you know, you have to pay $20 for, but that particular file that I purchased was only like a couple of bucks at the most. So, Arlene Darby said that's amazing. I can't wait to see one you were making. Yeah, it's going to be a gray cat. He will be exactly like this one. I mean, exactly like this one. But he'll be gray. This one's just multicolored. But he'll be exactly like this cat. It's a lot of fun. Once you get it, like once I got these set up, you shouldn't have, unless you move it or knock it off or not do something to it. You only have to level the bed once. There's minimal. If I print a whole bunch of stuff, then yes, I may have to change the nozzle in it. The nozzle PLA is kind of a, how do you want to put it? Kind of a can't think of the word for it. PLA over a period of time will actually damage the nozzle, so to speak. The nozzle's a little cap, a little tip down at the bottom, and PLA is kind of abrasive. That was the term I was trying to find out. Abrasive, so over a period of time, I'll probably have to change the nozzle. I'll probably have to lubricate it. The belts can wear out. I might have to replace the belts. But, I mean, we're talking about the same thing you have to do in your car. You need to change the oil in your car. You need to change the fan belts in your car or the uni belt. Sometimes the alternator goes bad. You have to put a new alternator in it. I mean, it's a machine. You know, the QQS I've had for 2 or 3 years, and I've done nothing to it except print. Now, the Racer I've only had the last 6 months, maybe 5 or 6 months. And I've done nothing to it other than set it up, get it level, get the right temps put in it, and take off and start printing. I'll have to look, Arlene. You say you want chickens? Let me look and see what I can find as a chicken file. I'm sure they're out there. Trust me, people, just as we enjoy what we do, woodworking and crafting and stuff like that. There's designers out there that just enjoy designing. They have fun doing it, and like I said, the most I have ever paid for a file, I think, was $3 one time. I paid for a file, but usually they're anywhere between $1, maybe $2 at the most, $1.50, and they just enjoy designing stuff. But there's numerous files that are free, absolutely free. It's called Thingiverse, Thingyverse, I believe is how it's spelled, Thingiverse. And you go on there and there's hundreds of files that you can download and for free. And you have to join the club naturally and put your email address in there. And yes, they do email you stuff, but you download them for free and print them. There's no charge. So, but I'll look for some chickens, Arlene. We'll see what they have. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put the Be Right Back sign on for a while. And I have got to go start dinner. It's almost 5. I should have already started it, but it's almost 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go start dinner. And just let this run, and I'll check on it periodically to see what's going on. But yeah, I'm going to be right back. Here shortly. Image. Oh, PC cam image. PC cam. See if I can cut this off. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry I had to take a little bit, but was getting dinner going. I would say, as an estimate, the cat's about 1/3 of the way done. At least it looks like it to me, about 1/3 of the way done. If you'll notice in the background, you'll see the little thing that looks like a thermometer. It is a thermometer. It has the temperature of the room up, but the big number that you see is the humidity in the room. Now this is Florida, so it's very, very hard to get the humidity, even with the air conditioning and everything running in the summertime, to 40 something. I mean, I am not running air conditioning in here today or anything, and I think that looks like 57% humidity in here, which is actually kind of high. I could turn the air conditioner on and run it for a while, which I think I might go ahead and do because it is kind of warm in here. Yeah. And you're saying turn on the air conditioner. Yeah, this room has a window unit now on it. When I built this room for my mother in 1991, I believe it was. This was actually my mother's bedroom. There's a bathroom right off over there. She had her own private bathroom and everything. I built all this for her, and she she did not want me to tie it into the home's central heat and air conditioner, which actually I'm kind of glad because it would have probably over exceeded. I needed to put a newer model in to give it a little bit bigger thing. But anyway, she wanted her own air conditioner with a heater, so she could control her own environment. And over the years, I just left it as that. So I plan on we're in the need of replacing our central heat and air unit. So I'm planning on doing that, if not this year, or I may be forced to do it. If not this year, next year, put a whole new central heat and air, and then I will include this room in, put vents in here and everything for the central heat and air. This room is very well insulated. It has 2x6 exterior walls, which are 6 inches of insulation. I used batting material, but I also covered the whole exterior walls in Visqueen for a vapor barrier, and also set the walls 3/4 of an inch back and put 3/4 of an inch styrofoam on the outside. So the whole house is not as even as insulated as good as this room, and there's 8 inches of blown-in insulation in the ceiling. So even in the summertime, it can be 100 degrees out here, and I can turn that little window unit on, and then within 15-20 minutes, it's cooled this place down big time. Dang, do you get a big hypnotic? Donald Matthews, or even like watching films that so yeah, this has become my craft room. I built it. My mother's not with me any longer, so I laid claims to it. By George, I built it. It's mine. So I made it my craft room, so to speak. and especially when the laser come along. The laser was so big that I used to do the Let's Talk Shop with Russ show out in the shop, and when the laser come along and I started making preps for it, I didn't realize it was quite as big as I bought the. I think it's 2 foot by 3 foot, 2 foot by, anyway. It's one of the largest lasers, 100 watt, they OM Tech made at the time. It might be 26 by 38 or whatever, anyway. And I started measuring, and I'm like, oh, things have got to go. My show can't be in here anymore. The workbench I had up against the wall had to be torn out. The scroll saw's in the same place, and then the CNC I changed from that piece of crap orange thing that I got from a guy that was a piece of crap, the CNC, and then I went to digital wood carver. Actually, the digital wood carver fit in the same case, so it's still in an enclosed case. But the piece of crap orange, somebody asked me, like, why don't you give it to me or sell it? And I'm like, I wouldn't give that piece of crap to anybody. I don't want to hear somebody call me up and going, you know, you give me the biggest piece of crap I've ever had in my life. And I'm like, yeah, I pretty well knew that before I gave it away. So it's got my digital wood carvers out there. And that's another thing I want to get back into. Not only the laser, but I want to get back into doing some more with a digital wood carver. Making some more signs and stuff. I understand a little hard sometimes when people ask me questions or I make comments about certain things about but you know, if you if you get a product and it's a piece of crap, you want to let others know that. You don't want them to fall into the same pitfall, or you know, that you have a bad experience with what you had. So I try to be very open and honest with the stuff. Like, for instance, the Flusun FL-Sun racer that's working behind me. I would recommend that 3D printer. I've been using it now for I'm gonna say a year. No, it ain't been a year. Probably been 6 or 8 months. But I've been using it a lot. And once you get that thing dialed and tuned in, it's a workhorse. The QQS, which is his little brother, I mean, they will both have the same build platform. But my point being is that the racer's just so much faster. And yes, I still use the QQS. I'll put some stuff on it and just let it go. I can have both printers running at the same time. Now, I've done that multiple times. The QQS obviously takes a little longer to make, but the quality of the product is absolutely fantastic. This is, I think the turtle in this is like another little lizard that I made, and this was done on the QQS, and the quality is there. It's not anything about the quality, it's just that the racer is so much faster than it. But when you need to make something, or you can, and you're not what you would say limited on time. you know, you don't need it in a hurry or whatever. The QQS, I did this on the QQS. Yeah, Simply 3D Creations. It's all one piece. This is actually the wood filament that I was telling you about. It's supposed to mimic or look like kind of wood. It's a brownish color. Um, Looks pretty cool. I like it. So, but yeah, it still has its um, usefulness, I should say. But I figured I would sit in here for a little while longer and see if there was any questions. I am still monitoring um, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch for any and all questions. Donald Matthews and Rob Austin and the last ones to post on Facebook. Just decided I'd get on here and have a little fun, put my name out there, and if you have any questions, if you want to ask me about printers, I have a limited, but I do keep up on the what you would say. Here's another lizard I did. He's pretty cool. He can actually, he's actually made or designed to snug your hand, like lay on your hand, and the way he wraps around it, he actually holds on pretty doggone good. So, yeah, you can put him on the back of your hand. Yeah, you. I put it in. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. My son came in with my granddaughter, and we were talking about a few things. So, and I didn't want it to be broadcasted out there live, so to speak. But yeah, I only actually will tell you about a product that I actually, uh, and not one that I've read interviews on or anything like that, only one that I have actually purchased and bought and used. And so, therefore, I'm not slamming anybody intentionally. It's just if I don't like the product, I got to tell you my opinion. And so, the FL Sun Racer, the FL Sun QQS, Donna Presley actually listened to me, and I think it was Dixon Hoffman who was on my show on Saturday night, and she chose to buy the new one on the market for FL Sun is the V400. It's faster than the Racer, and oh yeah, I'd love to have that one. But it's faster than the Racer, and she bought it, and from our recommendation, and she loves it. She said it's a fantastic printer. She said it used to take her like hours to print something, and now it's like done in, I'm not going to say 30 minutes, but in half the time. So, yeah, I only address products that I know without a shadow of a doubt. And if I get a bad product, sorry, I'm going to tell you what I feel about it. The first CNC was a horrid piece of junk as far as I'm concerned. And I know other people have had success. Hey, no problem. Don't doubt it. The one I got was a piece of crap. So, but the Racer I'm very impressed with. It cuts down about half, I'm going to say half, but it's got to be pretty well half the time of the QQS. Now the QQS is still there. It's just right next to the Racer, and I still use it all the time. Don't get me wrong. Like if I want to do a couple of prints that day for some certain things, uh, I the quality of the Racer is better. I will have to say this much. So if I want to do a couple of things, I will actually put one on the Racer naturally because the quality is a little bit better and it's faster, and then put the other one on the QQS and just let them go. See, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry to worry about. I'm not sitting here going like, all right, it's got to be done in 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. If 3 o'clock ain't here, got to be 3 o'clock. No, I put it on there and I come back when it's done. I'm not really too terribly worried about it. And the main reason I'm doing this live stream, I haven't done live streams for a while, and I want to be able to answer. 3D printing is becoming really, really a major popular thing now. Everybody's buying 3D printers and printing stuff at their home. Some people have a printer farm and actually make a business out of it and print things. Some of the printers can print some pretty high quality products. I do it for the fun of it. Um, I have people that have, I've sold quite a few things, people that see and say, oh, you make this, can you make this? And I'll say, first off, I'm not a designer. I cannot design a 3D print. Yeah, that's got to be done by somebody a lot more intelligent than me. Scroll saw pattern, not a problem. Laser pattern, not a problem. Three-dimensional, I have difficulties getting it to do what I want it to do. So I just thought it would be pretty cool to get back into the live streaming again. This is a way for me to open the door, and then I will tell you in my future planning is to get my scroll saw set up again and get the cameras and everything set up. That way all I have to do is disconnect this laptop and walk out there and set it down and just push the cameras and stuff into USB ports and be ready pretty well to go scrolling. So that's my intention, to get back into the scroll saw realm and the 3D printing realm. As far as me producing videos for right now, I definitely can tell you it won't be this year. I have thought about going back into the shop and producing some stuff and doing some videos again. Not this year, I got too much going on. I've already redone my ramp on my front porch. I have got to rescreen it, and I'm doing a little bit different. I'm redoing my front porch. So let's put a remodel on my front porch. So that needs to be done this year. And I have several other things that's in the fire that needs to be done. So, but there's a possibility that I definitely will be doing scroll saw here, scroll saw shows in the next few months. That's a definite possibility. And they will be done on Thursday nights. The first Thursday night of every month will not be a scroll saw show. That's because we have the men's meeting and at my church, and we work on small engine repair. We take small engines, lawnmowers, weed eaters and stuff that people in our community that are elderly or veterans, and they cannot afford to have their lawnmower repaired or weed eater repaired or whatever, and we hear about them, and we contact people, and we on Thursday nights once a month we bring them into our associate pastor Tink, that's his name, Tink, and we fix them for free. We charge nothing for parts or everything is donated by the church and the men's ministry. Our offerings are taken up every week, and we put money into the offerings to buy the parts to fix things. Generators, a lot of older people have generators and they've sit and they don't work anymore, and if a hurricane comes they don't have a generator available, we'll take their generator into our shop and fix it. We have a wide variety of how do you want to put it, people that are knowledgeable in electrical, people that are not knowledgeable in small engines and stuff like that. We'll get it running, if it's possible. Some of them you just can't get them running anymore, but we do that. So the first Thursday of every month I'll be out in the men's meeting, and then I'll see about doing some scrolling and some other stuff, that 2 or 3 Wednesdays left, and some more 3D printing stuff. I hope that after this gets out that this is what I'm doing, and I'll be able to answer your questions. I'm not in any way a genius or a how do I put this? I'm not a genius on 3D printing. I have no don't even claim to be in that direction, but I have enough knowledge, and I have several friends, Dixon Hoffman, Al Forte, Jim Bashirs, that do some 3D printing, and then I know some people that if I have problems I can ask questions to, and they have been the people that have helped me get this far as my 3D printing. So yeah, so if you would like to get into it and you have it, yeah, this I'll give you a sample of my embroidery. This is my embroidery thing for our company, Clarity Construction. I designed this and put it into embroidery. This is actually done on a piece of fabric. It was a test. So I have multiple talents. I even decided to make my name. If you don't know who it is, oops, dropped it. This is done on a piece of fabric. God has blessed me to be multitasking, be able to do a lot of stuff as far as create. So I would be what you would call a creative person. Do we have any, for those of you who are watching, do we have any questions? I know Donald and Rob were over, and a few other people were over on Facebook watching and asking questions. I don't see anybody on YouTube asking questions. If you want some specific advice on a printers, I have a good wealth of knowledge, and I have friends that I can consult with, and that are very, very good, far better than I am. You know, that's the wonderful thing about when you get into this kind of thing like 3D printing, woodworking, whatever, and you make friends and you have friends. That's a wonderful thing about having this relationship with these people. I have a vast amount of knowledge on my panel on Let's Talk Shop with Russ on Saturday nights. A vast amount of knowledge between some of these people. And Donna has rejoined me here in the last several months, and then her sister Mary Easley, I believe it is. She is they're both embroidery sewing type people, expert. I'm gonna call them experts, but because that's what they are, if you ask me. But that. So we have a lot of knowledge on our show, on the show on Saturday nights. We have a lot of carpenters. Donald Matthews makes a lot of things with hand. Just make them with a hand. Chris Ahern makes so much stuff. Al's into computers and everything. Paul, he's into so many things, CNC and laser. Jim Bashir is into electronics and woodworking. He has a vast amount of knowledge. I'm trying to think. Jim or Dixon Hoffman. He is a really has a large amount of knowledge when it comes to 3D printing and stuff like that, and building models and all that kind of stuff. So we have such a great basis of information that people can learn from when you come and watch our shows. And I've learned so much, so very much from the Let's Talk Shop with Russ show. And I would like to just toot my horn for a minute and say 10 years. 10 years as of 2024. The show has been running for 10 years consecutively. Every year for 10 years. So I'm really happy about that. So my sole purpose here tonight, and what I've done these last few, is I'm going to try to stay on as long as I can. I'm not staying on for the full 5 hours because this thing's not going to be done until 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. I'll let it run and y'all can watch it if you want to, and I'll come back in and check in from time to time. I would like to see more questions and people asking stuff that are curious about 3D printing and want to do some 3D printing. I'd like to see that. I'd like to get more people interested in it. It's a rabbit hole. I'll kid you not, it's a rabbit hole. You get started on it and boy, it's a rabbit hole. But if you get a good quality printer, like the QQS or the Flusun or the V400, which is FL Sun's product also, it will be less stressful on you to get one of these. I know it's going to cost you more money because you can get a Ender 3 or whatever for $200, but then you face the challenges of getting it set up right, getting the bed level, getting this done, getting that done, to be able to run it. Some people or most people get so frustrated that they just throw up their hands and just say, yeah, this is not for me, I'm not ready for all this. But when you get a quality printer that is a lot easier to use, bed leveling is a big must that you want to have on your printer, so it automatically levels the bed. It actually becomes fun. It really does, to see what you can create and you can make. And if you spend the more money on certain printers and able to print in different materials like ABS or PETG or some of the more better materials, you can make stuff that actually you can use. You can make an iPhone holder that'll sit in your car and hold your iPhone. You can make all kinds of stuff. I made a holder that would hold my iPad, so I can use my iPad in my truck when I was doing I'm in the construction business, so I can pull up things on my iPad, and my eyes are getting bad, so I can see my iPad. I can pull up the plans before I drive up. I can pull up the plumbing schedule. I can put all those things on my iPad sitting right in my truck. And so it makes it nice to be able to do those kind of things. And they were printed on, 3D printers. So they have their purpose and they have fun. But you can have fun with them. So I'll give it a few more minutes, maybe 5 more minutes. I got it down as 6:10, 6:12. I'll give it to 6:15 if I don't hear any more questions or anything. I am monitoring YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch for the chat. Oh, Lynn's Handcrafted Wood Shop said, "Hi Russ, what you're making?" Let me talk to Lynn. Yeah, Lynn's Handcrafted Wood Shop is over there on Facebook, and he was said, "What was I making?" I told him I'm making a cat for Amy Ahern, and he's thinking about buying a 3D printer for his son. Yeah, get with me, please, before you make the purchase. Uh, yeah, get with me, and I'll give you my cell phone number. You can call me, and we can talk on the phone. I would just rather give you some, especially. Sorry, my chair is closer to the table behind me, so I can't lean back. I would rather talk to you and give you some advice and stuff before you make a purchase. I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I have been around the block a time or two, and I would love to give you some advice on your purchase. Let you know what's out there and what works good and what definitely doesn't work good. And um, when I bought my little Ender 3, I had very good people, uh, Dixon Hoffman, Al Forte, to be a couple of Jim Bashirs, who helped me work my way through learning the Ender 3. But it has a very, very large learning curve. Yeah, you have to really understand and know what's going on and everything. And there's so many more printers out there that nowadays, and they're not that much more expensive. I'm not going to sit there and tell you, yeah, you may have to spend a couple of more $100, but the the results, the ease of use, the lack of frustration when you're trying to use one of these things, and a lot of the new printers is a whole heck of a lot better than it was when I started. I was pulling my hair out for a while, so. Um, Lynn said, "Thank you. I'll be in touch." Yeah, I can give you. I don't mind sending you my cell phone number, so that we can. It's easier. I can't type fast, so it's easier if you want to purchase one, for me to send you my cell phone number and a private message on Facebook, and you can just call me and we can have a little chat about what he wants to do and what your budget is, so to speak, for him. The Flusun Racer that is the one that's printing right now, it's come down in price since they have unleashed the V400, which Donna has. So that might be one of the ones you want to consider. So, but yeah, just private message me over on Facebook. You have me on Facebook. I know we're friends over on Facebook, but just private message me over on Facebook and tell me you want to chat and talk, and I'd be more than happy to call you and talk to you about it. Trust me, it'll save you hours upon hours of searching and doing things. And I'm not trying to sit here and tell you, well, I'm an expert, because I'm far from that. But I have enough knowledge that I can get you going in the right direction, and I would comfortably feel that I'm leading you in the right direction, so that you and him can have a positive a positive 3D printing experience, is what I'm trying to say. Trust me, when I started with my Ender 3, I was like, oh my God, this is a lot more than I thought I had to deal with and could handle. But in the same aspect, it taught me 3D printing. It made me understand the X, the Y, the Z axis, the flow rate, the speed rate. It taught me and gave me the knowledge of what I have today. Do I regret it? No. Was it a pain in the butt? Absolutely. But I don't regret it because it taught me so many things about 3D printing that it made it so much easier. But when you're starting out and you're trying to do things uh, with a 3D printer that takes a lot of effort to learn or whatever, it gets so frustrating. You print something and it don't come out right. It's this or that. I mean, and you're sitting there going like, what did I do wrong? I did everything that I thought I was supposed to do or whatever, and then all of a sudden something clicks and you go, oh my God, I forgot to do this. And you know, a lot of these errors that we encounter in 3D printing with the older 3D printing, we don't have them in the newer ones. It's sad to say that I think starting out with one of the older ones and learning the ins and out of a 3D printer and how to work it and how to adjust it and what the adjustments are, I'm not going to sit here and say that that's not a way to go, but it's a lot of trial and error. And unless you're willing to stick with it and just say, I'm going to make this thing work, by George, especially younger kids, they get kind of frustrated. They don't understand and they get kind of frustrated, which the newer 3D printers that are coming out today, a lot of the problems and the issues have been resolved, and it makes it a lot easier. Yeah, the one I have, this one is the one that's printing right now is the Flusun Racer. It is the older model. Um, it is a Delta printer. There's a difference between a Delta printer. Lynn, if you handcrafted wood signs, if you know anything about a CNC, you have the X, Y, I'm not getting it right, but you have the X, Y, and Z axis, which the Z axis is the height. I get confused in the X and Y, but they're the length and the width that the CNC travels. It travels left, right, up, down. Same with 3D printers. Well, along came these Delta printers, which blew them out of the water. They had the XYZ axis, but if you'll notice, their arms come down from the sides. They do the same thing, but just a little bit different way. It still has an XYZ axis. It's just done a little differently. And I was talking to Dixon Hoffman on the show, and when I talked to him about the Flusun QQS, which is the first Delta printer I bought, and he was highly recommended it, and he liked them. And so I said, you know what? Dixon is a very good friend. He's been on my show for years and years and years. I said, what the heck? I want to try one. And from day one when I bought the QQS, which was the first Delta printer I'd ever known, I fell in love with them. I literally did. And so the Racer I won in a contest. And then Donna was asking me about buying a 3D printer. She, I think, had an Ender 3, really slow or whatever. The V400 came out after this one that I'm using right now, the Racer, and it's even faster than the Racer. And she asked me, and I said, oh, I'm chomping at the bit one, but I can't afford it right now. This was kind of like a freebie from a contest. And she goes, well, I'm going to order the V400. And I said, you ain't going to be unhappy. And she loves it. She loves the V400. It's faster than this Racer. Very easy to use, all touch screen. auto bed leveling. I mean, it just comes with so many features, and a very good printer. I highly recommend them. The V400, since it's a kind of newer one, a little pricey. You can get a eraser several $100s cheaper, which is the one I'm using, but they're all quality printers. I have not had any problems with the Racer or the QQS, which was my first one. You can see it over there going to town, boy. It's just, it amazes me how quick it is and how it can lay down the. I'm looking over here because I got a bigger screen over here on my Twitch channel, so I can actually see it a little bit better. And it's just amazing as to the quality and the speed this thing moves. I would say that it's twice as fast as the QQS, which was my first one. Yeah. So if I put a product in there and the QQS is going to take it 2 hours, the Racer will do it in an hour, just so to speak, as a comparison. Yeah, the V400 is expensive. I haven't even looked it up. Here, let me pull up okay, so the V400 is running right now. It's on sale, Lynn, for, I don't know where you're looking at, for $765. That's a pretty doggone good price. Let's see here. Yeah, the Super Racer is, yeah, 493. Yeah, $93. Yeah. Hey, buy the Super Racer. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's not a bad machine. I love mine. I love the Racer. So, and at $483, that's not really a bad deal when you consider what you're getting. So, auto bed leveling, I mean, there's just so many features. It's got a filament monitor, so if it runs out of filament, it'll stop the print. So you can come back and put extra filament in it and run it through it, and it'll start back up again and finish the print where it left off. I mean, I highly recommend it. There's only one printer that I know of that I would actually think about buying that would replace the Racer, and that is the Bamboo. With the AMS, the automatic filament changer. In other words, you can put 4 or 5 rolls of filament, and you can actually do multicolored filament models. In other words, if you wanted to do Mario, you could make him have red gloves and white eyes and blue pupils and a red hat and all this other kind of stuff. But those are running at the $1,500 plus mark for the Bamboo. I will tell you this much, it won't be this year. I don't think it will be. But I will own a Bamboo printer. I like the idea of doing multicolored prints. But because I suck at hand painting models. Yeah, I just suck at it. So I can't. I have to have somebody. My daughter-in-law is very good at hand painting stuff, and I told her, I said, I'll start making this stuff and send them to you, and you hand paint them. We'll make a couple of bucks. So, yeah, my daughter-in-law is very good at painting, but I'm not. So yeah, Lynn, I would say, yeah, the 400 is almost, yeah, 400 to, yeah, 468 849. Yeah, yeah, the V400 is, that's what Donna Presley brought, the V400, Lynn, and she loves it. But yeah, you're talking all pretty well $400 more. Yeah, you're pretty well talking $400 more. The I can tell you this right now: if you're buying it for your son, buying the racer, because the only benefit you're going to get out of the V400 is it's faster. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's pretty much it. So in other words, if I put a print in my racer, and it's going to say it's going to take an hour, the V400 will do it in 30 minutes. That, I mean, that's the only advantage. The quality is pretty well spot on between the two. I'm not going to say the quality ain't maybe a little bit better than the V400. I'd be lying if I told you that. It's probably a little bit better. But when you're talking $400, that's a chunk of change. And I think your son would be very well. I love the racer. I'm not buying it. Matter of fact, I may not even buy a V400. I may jump straight from the V4 or the racer to the bamboo to do multiple color printing. So I would highly recommend the racer, especially at what you said, $468. Yeah, that's a good price. That's a good. When I got when I won the one that you're watching now, the racer, it was, the list price for that was $600 and something, and that was like several months ago. So it's come way down in price since they introduced the V400. So yeah, your son will be very happy with it. It has a 300 by 300 by 300 millimeter build base, so you can make something, 300 millimeters high. I've never pushed the issue and run it that high. Most of my models that I do are fairly smaller, lower models. I'd like to push it one day. I've thought about making a vase sometime and just push that issue to get 300 millimeters, so to see how it would work. Well, guys, it's 6:30. Dinner is ready. I'm going to continue to let this print go. I will be back to check on y'all. But as of right now, I'm going to cut out of here for a little bit to get dinner out of the oven and maybe eat, and then I'll be back. This thing is not scheduled to finish till probably 9 o'clock tonight. It's about a third of the way finished, the way I can see it. Maybe a little over that. Maybe 8 o'clock tonight, but it's about a third of the way finished. So yeah, I will be back in a little while, but I have to go eat. So I will talk to you later. got my foot caught up in the camera cord. Hope it doesn't damage my. You see, I got to get a longer one of these because it hangs down and my foot catches in it. All right, so I am back. We're rocking down probably 45 minutes or so before it's. I noticed my mic is not as that good from a distance, so I have to talk up a little bit. But we're rocking on 45 minutes before finishing completion of the cat. It's 8 o'clock at night. I'm not going to continue the live stream to the end because I can remotely turn off the printer and the other stuff involved. I have that capability. I set up my system so that I can remotely turn everything off of my phone. So that's probably it for tonight. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll do more of these, and if I get more people involved that really like what I'm doing and want me to answer questions on 3D printing. I have a vast amount of people with knowledge, a lot more than me. Dixon Hoffman is one that comes up. He is just a wealth of knowledge. When I get in trouble sometimes, I go to Dixon, and he's always been very gracious to answer my questions and work with me and help me through this 3D process of learning how to use them and how to make things. So, and I have other friends that is in the 3D community. Jim Bashirs, I think, does some. Al Forte does some. So therefore, and I've learned a lot. In the past 3 or 4 years of working with 3D printing. So I would hope to continue this and make it like a weekly thing. I told you before that I'm looking seriously back into doing some scroll saw stuff. That is in the future. I'm not going to set a definitive time as to when it will happen, but I am looking into getting things set up so that I can do some scroll sawing. And again, I enjoy that. I've always enjoyed scroll sawing, don't get me wrong. It's just things have changed in my life and lifestyle but I want to get back into it. It's a fantastic hobby and a fantastic pastime, and I want to get back into it. But as for tonight, I will post another live stream whenever this has finished, and so I can show this off in the next couple of days. Tomorrow's pretty busy for me, and the next day, my weekend is actually pretty busy. So maybe Monday or so I'll throw out there what he looks like when he was finished. I'll video taking him off and how I take him off and what he looks like when he was when the cat's completed. But other than that, I'm pretty well calling it a night and going to end the live stream. It seems somewhat kind of boring, I guess, to some people. And I can understand that. But there's been times when I really didn't have anything to do. When my back has been hurting, herniated discs and things, that I just come in here and put my chair down and took some pain medication and just kicked my feet up and just watch this thing go to work and see how it works. And it's amazing to me that what it can make and how it makes it. I know it's a machine, but a lathe is a machine. You have to take the tools and put it into the wood to make it form something. I agree with that. A table saw is a machine. A bandsaw is a machine. A router is a machine. We all use machines in some way, shape, or form, mostly to do woodworking. What's wrong with this? You know, it's a machine. It's performing a task. And sometimes I find it just absolutely amazing to sit there and watch it produce. And the way it produces some of these things that I watch it make. And then to see it work. To see that it actually printed something that is so intricate that it's articulating, the legs move, the mouth moves, to see how it made this that is actually an articulating toy. To me, that's amazing. The designers that make these things, I can't, it's way beyond me and way beyond my head to make something like this and be able to make it articulating and be able to make it move. It's beyond my scope of ingenuity, engineering, or whatever you want to call it. It's beyond me to be able to do this. But to sit there and watch this thing make this and then pick it up off the bed of the printer and it moves and functions the way it should move and functions is actually pretty doggone amazing to me. I fell in love with 3D printing years and years ago. So, and I would hope there are inexpensive printers out there. The problem that you find with most inexpensive printers is that they require a lot more upkeep, or a lot more putting into some of the things that you need to do as far as settings and getting the plate level and all that other kind of stuff. We'll go into that later, but I'm sorry, I'm kind of nasally tonight. The pollen around here is horrible in Florida at this time of the year. But I'd love to talk to you about it, and if you're interested, I'd love to teach you from not only my knowledge, but I can ask questions from my friends in there, and more than willing to help. And I'll get maybe some of them on sometimes, and so that we can correspond together. But yeah, it's pretty fun. It is pretty fun, and the greatest thing about it is you can like, what was the Ronco that used to do the set it and forget it? You know, you just set it and forget it. You know, I keep a camera. The camera that's watching this as of right now is not the only camera I have. I have another camera that I keep close eye on this that runs off of my iPad, and I have a stand that has on the side of my bed so I can watch it and make sure that there are no errors. Here's the thing. If it messes up, it's usually in the beginning it will mess up, but it can also do some other mess ups at different times. But if I'm keeping an eye on it and watching it and it messes up, I can stop it. And two things: it may not ruin the print. I might be able to recover from it, but also it just don't sit there and run and mess up filament, and it can get globs on the end of the nozzle to the point that it takes you hours to remove all that 3D or the PLA filament or ABS or whatever you're printing on at that moment. So if you can catch it in the early stages of mess up, you can save yourself a lot of headache. A lot of headache. So, yeah, even though I'm shutting this live thing down, there's still going to be a camera on this watching it. And I have an iPad that's on the side of my bed. I have a particular stand that just sits there. And so if I fall asleep, I can wake up and look over out of the corner of my eye and go, yeah, it still looks good. It's working. So, you know, I don't leave it unattended, so to speak. I've seen some horrible messes where it scrapes the thing off the plate, and then there's these big, huge, nasty globs of PLA that just keep melting and melting and melting on the bottom of your printer and everything. And I'm like, those are unattended. The people just walk away from it and think it's going to run okay on its own. I personally have had a very, very good success rate. And part of my success rate, and I'm not saying I haven't had any mess ups, part of my success rate is that I constantly monitor the print. So to make sure I have a camera on it all the time it's printing. This camera is a live camera. It will actually, once I shut the stream down, move out of the way. And I'll have a direct feed camera that I can watch it while I'm laying in bed and make sure that everything's all right. And I'm not going to say I'm not going to doze off, but at least if I doze off and wake up, it won't be a disastrous 3-5 hours that it printed and just destroyed everything and have to replace the nozzle and all those other kind of things. It'll be more like, you know, a short disaster, I hope and pray. I don't want one of those nasty disasters. So, yeah, I'm very cautious about watching it. But Amy, you're Chris. Just let Amy know her cat's being printed right now. And I've got to do Donna's mother's sublimation cup, and I got a couple other things that people are asking me for. I got to get them, try to do them this week, and fulfill some obligations that I've told people I would do. So until we meet again, if you're too busy to get out in your shop and make sawdust, PLA, a sublimation, DTF, just get out there and do something. Just give me sawdust, lots of sawdust, all around me and everywhere. I like it flying all around my shop and even in my beard and hair. Good night, everybody. Thank you for watching, and God bless.